Hey everybody, welcome to the stream, welcome to another day in Azeroth. Hope everybody is doing fantastic on this Thursday. What is new, what is good, guys? Let's see, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Inventory is not really in a good spot. Let's visit the bank. We can tuck some stuff away in the bank. Wayne, Gerald, Carrie, Lael, welcome to the stream. I should probably keep a little bit of the cloth. I'm gonna put some of it in the bank. We'll keep some of it out. And that's about all we can do. Oh, let's go to somebody that can actually repair us. I feel like we died at least a couple of times. Steve, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. We'll be trying a ZF run today. All the groups have been pretty good. I think I'm just getting a little bit burned out of ZF. It's unfortunate that once a character hits 45, there's not a lot else you can do besides run ZF. Lots of activity in the queue today. We have quite a few healers. Quite a few healers today and no tanks.
Hurry back.
Not a great big surprise. Let's grab this one. Thirsty Goblin.
Glad I could help.
We'll grab the Dune Mall compound. Amy, good morning to you and welcome. Western Plagueland soon? Like soon TM soon? Because I don't think it's gonna be really soon. I don't think it's gonna be super soon. Yeah, 51 to 58. I know it feels like that's gonna be soon. I know you look at the level and you're like, oh, level 47. Level 47's pretty good. It's gonna be like 30 hours before we're level 51. It's going to be a lot of hours. I know it seems like we're close, but it's an illusion created by Classic. We're not really that close. That's the problem. What specifications are needed to play this game? You need like a CRT monitor. You need any computer made after 2001. You need about 128 megabits of RAM. You definitely got to have like a Pentium 1.7 gigahertz processor or better. You know, and you want your resolution to at least be 1280 by 720. And then you plug that up into a potato, and then the potato powers the whole thing. Like, basically you can run this on anything. Any computer that's been created in the past 2 decades can run Classic WoW. Yeah. What is more to the south of Tannerus? More sand, more dirt, more of the same stuff. We're gonna go over to check out this one, the Noxious Lair investigation, and we'll see what level these Silithid are. Yeah, you need a hamster wheel. If you have any power issues, make sure you install the hamster wheel. That'll give you peak performance. Make sure that you're getting at least 15 frames a second in Stormwind City. Bilko, welcome to the stream and good day to you. Which class am I going to play mainly at midnight? I don't plan to really play a lot of midnight. I'm not sure if I'm going to play midnight at all. As of yet, I haven't purchased midnight and I don't really have any plans to. I have basically zero interest. I have zero interest and I have zero feelings about it. I just don't, it's called apathy, I think. I just don't care. Can it even be played without a graphics card? It could probably be played with an onboard graphics card. Like if you have a crappy laptop that has an onboard graphics card, you could probably play classic WoW at medium settings. Play it on your work laptop if you can get admin rights for that thing. Are joysticks any good? I have no idea. I have never played with a joystick mouse. Okay, let's get some poisons going. That'll help us out. We have 42 minutes of a Zandalar world buff, so that's okay. I'm not seeing a lot of enemies in the area, so obviously there's other people here farming these guys. I'm seeing like no enemies at all. Quite unusual. We have a gnome mage and a 50 paladin over here. That's why we're not seeing a lot of mobs. Karen, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. It looks like these guys are level 47, which is actually perfect for us. Now, I really want to avoid these guys. That guy's level 50, and they come with these annoying little ads that unless you have something like Consecrate or Ret Aura, they're really annoying to deal with. So I really want to focus on the flying ones. And let somebody else deal with the crawlers. That being said, everybody else has the same idea, and therefore there are no flyers up right now. Do I have thoughts on the Blood Elf and Draenei boost? Like the fact that, you know, never before have they ever allowed new classes or new races to be boosted, but now they're allowing the Draenei and the Blood Elves to be boosted. It's a good way to make money. It's a darn good way to make a buck. That's really all I can say about it. Or all that I should say. For some reason, even though the two things aren't connected, so like I don't know why this is, but for some reason when I heard that, it made me not want to play a Draenei or a Blood Elf in the pre-patch. And I don't know why. I mean, I kind of get why, but like immediately it was like a switch flipped. And like as soon as I found that out, I just didn't have the ambition to roll a Draenei or Blood Elf alt. Just like that desire that I had previous to that, it went away. I guess they call that being snuffed out. I felt like the desire was snuffed out. And like, I don't know why those things have to be connected in me. I didn't decide to hate it. You know, I'm not on some fucking economical social agenda rant like, oh, these assholes and their corporate structure trying to make a buck. Like, I don't really feel that way. Like, I get why they did it. I understand why they did it, but like at the same time, just like instantly and naturally, I completely lost all desire to play a Blood Elf or a Draenei. I just don't want to do it. Let people boost them. I'll see them all at level 70. I don't want those two things to be connected, but for some reason in my twisted brain, with all of its problems and all of its hang-ups and all of its attachments, as soon as I heard that we could boost Draenei and boost Blood Elves, I just didn't want to roll one. And so I'm probably not going to. Not for a while anyway. I'm sure the feeling will pass, right? Eventually the feeling will pass. Because there's no good reason for whatever it is. So maybe one day I will, but I have no desire to do it during pre-patch. If I roll an alt, it's not going to be a Blood Elf or a Draenei. It'll just be a priest. It'll be a priest of some other race, I guess. It hasn't, yeah, just like I said, there's no good reason for it. I just like, I just don't want to. It left a bad taste in my mouth, I guess, and I can't really help that. It's like, you know how sometimes you eat food, you're not used to the food, and like, you like the food well enough, right? You ate it, it was well enough, you know, it was good, it filled you up. But then like, it leaves a weird taste in your mouth afterwards, and like, you don't really like the taste, but the taste is really hard to get rid of. That's kind of what it felt like. Like, I don't mind what they did, just like I don't mind trying new food. But sometimes it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and I don't think I can really control that. Just something that happened. Primordial, welcome to the stream, buddy. It made it a lot easier to decide to keep playing the rogue for right now. It made it a lot easier to not roll an alt. I think the thing that made playing a Blood Elf or a Draenei appealing in a pre-patch is that, you know, when there was no boosting them, I don't know, it feels like kind of like a fresh start, you know? Everybody's rolling their Draenei, everybody's rolling their Blood Elves. You're on the same footing, you know, with these people who are trying to get their Draenei Shaman up, or they're trying to get their Blood Elf, and you're kind of all like, you're all on the same journey together, right? Like, you're in it together. You're all trying to level up these new races. You only have so much time before the Dark Portal opens, like... But then you let people boost, and that whole feeling goes away. That feeling isn't a thing anymore. Are the insects not skinnable? No, in this case they don't seem to be. I haven't been very diligent with skinning anyway, but I don't think they are skinnable. Though I haven't really been paying attention. I've kind of decided to take this character Herbalism Alchemy eventually. So I haven't really been thinking a lot about my skinning or my leatherworking. Like, eventually we're going to drop them and we're going to do Herbalism Alchemy. Yeah, I can't skin them. They're not skinnable anyway. Am I done with this quest? I sure am done with this quest. Okay. We could grind here for a bit. These guys aren't too bad, but we could also head over to the Dunwall compound and grind on enemies that we can disarm. That might be a better idea. Am I too low for Searing Gorge? I mean, I may or may not be. I kind of hate Searing Gorge. It's just one of those zones that's really depressing to spend any time in. Oh, where the heck is it? Burning Steppes, Badlands, it's somewhere. The Searing Gorge, okay. 45, 48, 49. This might be a good place to go. You know, there's not a lot to do here. You know, by any means, there's not a lot to do, but there's some stuff. So that's the Searing Gorge. What about the Burning Steps? That's Swamp of Sorrows. Okay. Oh, okay, it's 50 to 58, so we're not ready for Burning Steps, but we can do Searing Gorge. How in the heck do I get into Searing Gorge? I guess oh, right here. I gotta go through the Badlands. That's really cool. I have no flight point in the Badlands. And then the flight point in Searing Gorge is way the heck up here. Yeah, that seems like a great idea. I hate the zone, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, and at this point we have to take what we can get, so thanks for the call out. We can get into Searing Gorge from Red Ridge? Maybe. I don't know. Can we? Let's see. Red Ridge... Yes... We can. And we might have a flight point here. I wonder if there's like a gate we have to unlock or if we can simply walk through. That might be, we might check that out though, that might be the way to go. Because it looked like, I don't remember a flight point being where it showed, but it looked like there was a southern flight point. According to Leatrix maps. And that would be nice. Jose, welcome to the stream, buddy. We did most of what we can do in Badlands. Yeah, we spent like a half a day there, and we finished up everything that we can do in Badlands. Which was not a lot, to be fair. The named guy is dead. We have an orc here casing the place. I'm not gonna compete with this. We can go kill a bunch of guys out here. We can come back and check this later. Oh yeah, we can go through Badlands. Yeah, apparently we can go through Badlands or we can go through Red Ridge. I have a flight path in Red Ridge, so I think I'm going to try the Red Ridge way. I've never gone that way before. We'll see how that works out. Have I been asked about the boost news 1,000 times? No, that's going to be my whole day today. My whole day today is going to be people asking me how I feel about the boost news. It's a good way to make money. That's all I have to say. It's a good way to make money. And as we all know, money buys things. So who am I to complain? We may have covered this before, but is Runecloth a book for Runecloth bandage? Or do I have to go visit a trainer somewhere? Because I think I'm ready. We have almost 3,000 HP now. And I feel like Runecloth would be the way to go. That being said, I don't exactly have any Runecloth, but I can certainly buy a few stacks. If it means having better bandages. Did I tuck Goomba into the blanket in the bed, or did he do it to himself? I did it. Yeah, I tucked him in. He'd crawled up there and curled up into a ball, and I pulled the Chief's blanket over top of him. Now, he hasn't started tucking himself in yet, thankfully. Not that neatly, anyway. I'm glad he's still there. That was like 45 minutes ago, and he's still there. It's the guy in Theramore that teaches us Runecloth? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Once we leave here to go back to Eastern Kingdoms, we will be stopping there anyway. So we're gonna grab that, and then once we get to a city, we'll grab some Runecloth off of the auction house. Yeah, Amy, that's what he did to me too. That's why I tucked him in, because he gave me that same exact look. Exponent Poet, I blame the chill Tannerus vibes. Have I ever tried the one button rotation? No, I never tried it. I turned on the rotation assist where it like highlights stuff. Like it highlights the next button it thinks you should press, and that was pretty cool for like learning a new spec. It seemed like it'd be very useful for some people, but I never tried the one button thing. I think the one button thing for me, like that seems like just more of an accessibility option. And it's not an accessibility option that I need. So I never bothered checking it out. Do ogre toes wiggle like the Yeti? No, they don't. That was a good idea, though. No, the ogre toes, well, they don't have toes. They just have a foot thing with lines drawn on it, whereas the Yeti actually have, like, individualized actual toes. Most things in the game don't really have toes. They just have a stump with some lines on it. I don't know why the Yeti get to be the exception. I would say before you go one button rotation, check out the rotation assist. Like if you actually want to learn a class and know what buttons to push and kind of like form an idea of like how the game is played, then check out the rotation assist. Really cool for new players or anybody learning a new spec. And I would say just turn it on right away. Look at what it tells you to do, but also think about what your other options are after a while. Sometimes you'll find that you could be more optimal than it wants you to be, but it's a really good start for learning. Oh, Ian Davis says it's really useful at higher levels too, because you just have so many abilities. Yeah, what you have a lot of at high level, you have a lot of little cooldown abilities, like a 30-second cooldown, a 1-minute cooldown, a 1.5-minute cooldown, a 2-minute cooldown, a 45-second cooldown, 3 interrupts on a 15-second cooldown. And so like tracking all that stuff gets kind of challenging. And so it could be good for that too. Now keep in mind everyone, I have been in the queue all morning. I got into the queue as soon as the stream started up. I'm in the queue with about 1 billion other DPS. And we're making an example of how long a DPS will wait when there's not an automated system governing looking for group. When looking for group is governed by humans, who are really they're only really going to look up here when they're forming a group. Most people are going to look right here unless they just don't see a class they like. But you know, if you end up down here, like if you're Heretic here, well, Heretic's never going to get a group, especially not as a DPS priest. No one's ever going to invite this person. They could sit in the queue for 6 hours. As a DPS priest at the bottom of this manual queue, no one is ever going to invite them ever. Eventually they're going to give up and they'll either heal or they'll just keep questing. And so that's what happens when you don't have an automated system for grouping people together. Whereas with the automated system, there are so many people here that Heretic would get himself a group probably in under 8 minutes. I would say right now with today's population, Heretic would probably have him in the Wrath of the Lich King era LFG automated group finder. Heretic would get himself a group in 4 minutes. No problem. Instead, he'll sit in the queue for 2 hours, and he'll eventually either choose to heal or he just will forget about the run completely. True story. We need to make some more noise around the fact that for TBC, they really need to put in the 5-man automated group finder. There's too many DPS, there's not enough tanks and healers. It's still a version of the game where people simply will not invite certain specs. Certain specs will always be looked down upon. And certain specs will always be discriminated against in human-made groups for the most part. And the only way to alleviate that and let people play the spec and the class they want to play is to automate the 5-man system. And TBC Anniversary is not going to be as good as it could be if they don't do that for 5-mans and 5-man heroics and 5-man heroic plus. If they don't do it, then TBC Classic Anniversary is not going to be as enjoyable as it could be. Just throwing it out there. Exactly, Primordial. And with an automated group finder, you can incentivize people to play certain roles by offering them additional rewards. So you got a shortage of tanks and healers, well now you can get an extra piece of loot, you can get a pile of gold, you can get some badges. Oh, look at that, now more people are willing to tank and heal, and you can only incentivize people in that way if you have the automated system. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So yeah, I mean, I hope someone at Blizzard is at least thinking about it. With the choices that they've demonstrated recently regarding Classic, I don't think we're gonna see it. But we'll wait and see. I don't care if we port to the dungeons or not. I don't think it matters. The group just needs to be able to be formed automatically. Tanita, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. Yeah, but not everybody wants to be proactive in that way. That's not why a lot of people play the game. Not everyone wants to be proactive in that way. Not everybody wants to be social. Not everybody wants to put together their own group. Not everybody wants to spam LFG for a tank and a healer. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to do that stuff either. What I really want to do when it comes to 5-man dungeons while I'm leveling up especially, I want to put myself in the queue. I want to keep questing, keep grinding, keep playing, and then I just want the queue to pop when it's ready, when there's a group ready. Because that lets me value my time in such a way that I can just put myself in the queue and I can keep playing and enjoying the game. I don't have to stop and spam. I don't have to stop and wait, you know, or read the scroll or like look or wait for an invite in town. Like I can just keep playing the game, and then when the group is ready, it's ready. I feel like that kind of system's too valuable for players to not have it in the game. That's why they put it in the game in Wrath of the Lich King, and they never looked back. Because it's simply too valuable of a system for players to not have it. That's all I think. I think the value to players is too high. Will I try Midnight at release? Probably not. Maybe. But I don't have any plans to right now, but maybe. If we didn't have the automated group finder in original Wrath of the Lich King towards the end, I feel like I would have fallen out of the game. Instead, Wrath became probably my most active time in World of Warcraft playing at endgame. Like for me, that was Wrath. Like I had a bunch of max level characters. I had them all in the dungeon gear ready to raid. I had a couple of them going into raids. And it was because I could grind dungeons. It's because I could sit there on a hunter and I could read Hemingway between automated dungeon pops. You know, I didn't have to spam, I didn't have to pay attention to LFG, I didn't have to put my own group together. I could sit there all day on a day off and I could read books and I could grind dungeons. You know, whether it was while leveling up or to get some gear at endgame. And so, like, if not for the automated group system, like, the time I spent playing World of Warcraft would have been significantly less in what ended up being, like, my biggest era for endgame content. That's all I think about when I think about LFG, is all the amazing times I had both alone and with friends. You know, we'd get 3 of us together from the guild, and then we'd pug the other 2 spots, and, you know, it was fun to see, like, what kind of people are we going to get today. We had a lot of great times. And you know, none of that would have happened if not for the LFG being automated. And I don't really believe that putting in more effort to get into a group, or less effort to get into a group, is going to make a human being more or less of an asshole. Like, if that's what we're talking about. Like, just people who are not getting along with the group and they're just trolls. Like, I don't really believe there's a correlation between how long it takes me to get my group and whether or not I'm a dick. Like, I think most people, if they're assholes or they're not going to have a good time, then they're not going to have a good time no matter what. And if they are relatively normal and they are going to have a good time, then they're going to have a good time no matter what. I just don't believe that it's that the amount of time I put into struggling to find a group is going to necessarily always result in a better outcome just for the fact that it took longer and for the fact that I struggled. It seems like people will be in a better mood if they just go with the flow, they get an automated queue, they do the dungeon, it's nice and smooth, they didn't have to wait, they didn't have to spam. I could argue to the contrary and say the automated group finder must make for nicer people because they don't have to worry so much about when or if or how they're going to get into a group. They just get to go into the group and it's, oh, I'm happy, I got a group. I could argue that that makes for a better person in a group setting, makes for a more cooperative person, but I really don't think that either are connected. But, you know, that's just my opinion. I don't want to work directly with other players unless they're in my guild. When I want to pug, I just want to pug. I don't want to interact. If we have to talk about a boss strat or something that's happening in the run, we'll do that, but I don't want to have to go out conscripting, pounding the conscriptment drum to get people into my group, and I don't really want to wait 2 hours for someone to whisper me. So no, I don't think it's any good like it is. I think it's better with the automated system, obviously. I'm still not incentivized. I had to wait 45 minutes. I'm not incentivized to talk to these people. I still haven't said a word, and guess what? I'm still gonna have a good time in the run. I'm still gonna have a good time in this run. I'm still gonna do well in the run. I'm not gonna troll anybody in the run, and I haven't been incentivized to communicate, and I'm probably not gonna communicate at all. Because I don't want to. That's not why I play the game. I can enjoy playing with other people, and I have zero desire to communicate with them in any way. And so, you know, and I think there are a lot of people like that. I think there are especially a lot of people like that that play online games. Because there's a reason a lot of us ended up here. And it wasn't because we wanted to really socialize a ton with a bunch of strangers. Talk to people? Ew. Right. Exactly. Who wants to do that? I don't always want to do that. And I don't think it's necessary for enjoyment. When we get talkative people, it's fine. Like, I'll read what people say, and if other people want to be talkative, that's great. I often don't want to be. Yeah, I'm nice in the way that I don't cause problems, but, like, I don't need the chit-chat. Alright, where are we all at? For some reason I thought we were all, like, here and ready to go. But I don't know if that's the case. We're on the way. I could probably have kept killing stuff for a little while. David says, I get enough talking to people at work, thank you very much. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way too. A lot of us are forced into lives where we have to communicate with people constantly about stuff we don't care about. When we settle down to do the thing that we're going to enjoy, we don't all want to be social or have to make up some pretense of, like, putting a group together verbally or in any communicative way. And that's fine. I never socialized with strangers in vanilla, and I played a ton of vanilla. See, that people say that because that was your experience. It was your experience that you socialized with a ton of strangers. I didn't. I didn't. I still did dungeons and stuff sometimes. Like, every once in a while, my friend would put a run together, or someone would just randomly whisper me, hey, you want a tank? And I'd say, yeah. But it wasn't my experience that I had to socialize with a ton of players, and I played the game and I fell in love with it and I enjoyed every minute of it. Everyone's different. Everybody's different, especially when it comes to how we enjoy stuff. What do we keep losing? We keep losing our last member, and I don't know if it's that we're losing a tank, or if it's that we're losing a deeps, or like what exactly is going on. This guy has the right idea. Like, yeah, let's kill stuff in the area. Let's keep the XP rolling in while we figure out like what's going on with our 4th spot here. So let's take a look at ourselves in the queue. Yeah, it's a tank. We keep getting and losing a tank. So, you know, if you want to have a guaranteed spot in a group, learn to tank. Because right now, tanks, you're going to get, like, auto-invited. Will I still play Classic Era? You mean when TBC comes out? Like, will I specifically be playing Classic Era when TBC is out? Probably not simultaneously, no. No, I'm gonna be like full on in TBC. TBC is my life starting on the 13th, which doesn't mean that we'll never do like Classic Era Hardcore or we'll never revisit Classic Era. It just means not right now. Right now, we are going to live our best TBC life for as long as we possibly can. You know? And then, if we're lucky, we might get to live our best Wrath of the Lich King life for as long as we possibly can. And if we're really, really, really lucky, we might then be playing Classic Plus whenever Wrath Anniversary ends. So, you know, like, will we play Classic Era again? Probably Hardcore. I think every once in a while I get the Hardcore itch. And so I think that's where we will play Classic Era, mostly going forward. Yeah, David, I'm hoping that we'll have an even bigger opening night this time around. I feel like this time TBC will be bigger. I don't know why. I feel like there's been so much hype leading up to it. And I just feel like it'll be even bigger this time around. Like, Classic has gained a lot of new players since the first Classic TBC launch. So yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. All right, we have a group. The tank is in Gadgekstan. I wonder who's doing what. I wonder if the Pally... I hope the Pally is healing. Because the Warrior's tanking, and I don't know if a Pally DPS is going to help us out a lot. Someone says in the party, am I tank? Maybe? Did you queue for tank? Am I tank? No response. Oh, that's the worst. Am I tank? I did see that they're going to be allowing Blood Elf and Draenei boost. Oh, and more than one boost per account. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, because it was limited to one boost per account. So now it's not limited at all. Like, you can buy like 27 boosts. Cool. Hey, that's a good way to make money. Like, why put a limit on how much money people can give you? What's the point of that? We all know that money is good because money buys things. And everybody wants things. So obviously this is a win-win for everybody. I don't have time to level an alt, and I don't have $90 to buy a boost, but you know, that's my problem. That's my problem. Don't have $90 for a boost? That's not Blizz's problem. That's a me problem. So's my limited time. So I don't care. BRB 1 minute, bro. We've been putting the run together for 18 minutes. Oh, you guys are so right. I'm loving the social experience I'm having without the automated LFG. I love that it takes us over 20 minutes to get a group together once I'm already invited to the group. That's so good. I'm definitely going to be a much better person in this run now that it's taken. Now, oh, we lost somebody, but it's okay, because at least I'm having the social experience of being stuck in this group. So, I mean, I think the game's better for this. Why would I not want this to be my experience? Yeah, it's like waiting in line at the DMV is also a social experience, right? Oh man, what I'm mad about is like how quickly they get you in and out of the DMV now. You know, you have to make an online appointment, you go into the DMV, they check you right in. You only have to sit there awkwardly close to strangers with your shoulders touching for like 2.5 minutes now. It's crazy. Then they get you right in line and they just do it. They barely ask you any questions and then you have a license. And I'm just mad that, you know, that process has been, it's basically, they've streamlined all the social interaction out of my DMV visit. And I feel like humans are worse. We're just worse people now because we don't have to sit shoulder to shoulder with each other while we cough in each other's faces during the worst flu season ever. And I just feel like my social experience as a person would be better if they brought back the long wait times. Looks like we have a hammer, so that's cool. Eags, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. I had 30 minutes to socialize, and because we did all that socializing, guys, I forgot to put up poisons. What a failure. I don't care. I don't care where people think it led. All I want is the automated LFG for my TBC experience, and I don't care about it, people's different opinions, and I don't care where we philosophically think that it leads the game, because I don't really care where it led the game. I don't like retail for so many reasons, and none of those reasons are the automated group tool. And I don't care. All I want is the automated group tool for TBC, and it's okay if you guys don't want that. It's okay if you have your opinions about it, but don't expect to change my mind, and don't expect me to really care. Because I don't. I just want it for TBC, that's it. I just think it's better for players. I'm not talking about any of the changes that it led to. I'm not talking about looking for Raid Finder. I'm not talking about any of the myriad changes that happened to retail over the past 20 years that makes it an inferior game. I'm just telling you that I think that having the automated 5-man group finder in TBC Classic Anniversary would make for a better Classic Anniversary experience, especially since we've already done it the other way 2 different times now. And I don't care. So you guys can keep typing paragraphs at me and moralizing it and philosophizing it, and I'm just gonna play the game, okay? Okay. See now, what did you turn into? You tuned into the end of a hot topic. We were getting to the nitty gritty, way out into the reeds about the LFG. Way out in the reeds. So deep in the reeds, in fact, that some people literally got lost out there, and I think they died out there. They got lost, they went mad, they lost their minds out in the reeds. And then they might have expired, I don't know. And I don't care. Ooh, what's this? Ankh of Life. Trinket. Heal your target. Oh, okay. That's really cool. With the Pally roll the need on that one. I guess he's the only person that can use this, or what is this exactly? Just a trinket, anybody could use it. Well, we'll let him have it. Seems like he really wants it. That being said, like, I feel like a healing trinket would be good for anybody. Like, I could really use a trinket that I could press that could heal me. That'd be nice. Oh, he's gonna pull that. I don't want to get involved with that. We'll just wait over here as they have a little conversation. Let's go for these casters. Mr. Blaster, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Apparently we are fighting back this way somewhere. We're pulling more scarabs. Okay. I didn't expect that. Most groups don't pull more than a handful. Dustin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Marie, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. I am doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. You guys remember when it used to be like, maybe this was just my guild, but when we were doing guild stuff, like, you didn't loot until everything was dead. Because it's like, it kind of gets in the way of stuff on your screen. And so, I don't want to say it was taboo, but like, you didn't want to be the person that accidentally looted the boss. Like, before all the ads were dead. Like, if there's still a fight going on, you just don't loot. But I don't think that's really a thing anymore. Apparently we are skipping zombies yet again. I think somebody asked. Graves, question mark? Smiley face, guess no. Weird smiley face. So yeah, nobody said no. I think the tank moved on and that was the cue that we were not popping Graves. This is a chill dungeon to listen to. It has a very non-music but ambient soundtrack. Intellect Spirit Leather. Not for us, but maybe one of the druids. It looks like somebody rolled on it. Yeah, it has been a nice group. Especially considering we have 2 druids and a pally. It has been pretty smooth. The DPS druid's actually putting out a really good amount of DPS as a cat. So that's good to see. What I really appreciate is every time we get turned into a frog, somebody decurses us basically right away. That's been really nice. In a lot of groups, if you get frogged and you're not the tank, you're a frog and that's your life.
This desert be mine. Sanctuary reigns supreme. Feel fury in the sand.
He dropped the Big Bad Pauldrons. Let's see, that's 12 strength, 12 stamina, and 8 spirit. Very, very nice. Unless you're a druid tank, and then you don't need it. Maybe the warrior needs it. Yeah, it looks like the warrior could use it, so that's good. At least somebody could use it. This group does have a mallet. We seem to have lost our DPS druid. He is currently showing as offline. Hopefully just a temporary disconnect. Well, he is still offline, so maybe a little bit of a longer term thing, and he might have been our mallet guy. He says, did our mallet guy just DC? Oh no, we lost mallet guy. Can't do the boss without mallet guy. He's not even DPS druid, he's mallet guy. We're also social. Well, we lost mallet guy. It's a bummer. They want to clear for a couple minutes. I'm fine with clearing for a couple minutes. I don't think the guy is going to come back, but kill XP is kill XP. Well, the druid does seem to have a much easier time than Pally's. It helps that he has a taunt. And I feel like Swipe is really strong for AoE threat. And it, unlike Consecration, it doesn't cost a boatload of your resource. Like, you can basically spam Swipe. It's probably safe to say at this point, this guy is not coming back. It looks like the warrior has the mallet. I think they said that it was the druid who DC'd who had the mallet. I mean, the warrior is still here with us. If he had the mallet, you'd think he would, you know, speak up by now. We've been clearing with the assumption that it was the druid who had it, so I don't know. As long as I'm killing mobs, I guess I really don't care too much. Looks like we have a rare spawn here. Sandar Dune Reaver. Never seen him before. Well, we cleared all the way back around to the front and the guy never came back, so... no mallet boss, and I guess that's gonna be the run done. Which begs the question, what do we want to do next? I guess we can just finish up that we were working on the ogres, so we can go back to working on the ogres. I think I'm going to take us back to town first. We can clean up the inventory and see if we need any supplies. Well, you know what? The inventory space is still pretty decent. So I don't know if we need to go back to town or not, but I do need to take a few-minute break and refill my coffee and grab a quick snack. So I am going to park it right here on top of this mountain because this is obviously a really safe place for us. And we'll see if we are alive when I come back. Alright, I am back and we are alive. Apparently it's a well-known hiding spot. For some reason, I don't have any Questie markers. Not that we really need them, but the question remains, what happened to them? Why are they no longer working? I thought maybe the reload would fix it. Reload didn't fix it. Let's check. Oh, hi. Hello there. No, that's really annoying. Alright. Let's see if maybe we just need an update. Yeah, it looks like there is a Questie update. No, apparently Questie is just broken right now. No more quest tracking for us. Luckily, we're basically out of quests to do anyway. The Dune Mall compound, it was somewhere here, right? Like somewhere in this area, I thought. Maybe I do need quest markers. Yeah, kind of get used to having them. Maybe it's further south than I thought. I don't know. It just completely stopped tracking anything. That's so weird that it's broken. I might do I might just force close and reopen to see if we can get this working. Because yeah, I don't really know why it's not working. But now it's bothering me. Enable icons. Okay, it just got disabled. Like for some reason, enable icons was turned off. So there we go, problem solved. Is Night Elf Rogue bad? I don't know. Why would they be? Eags, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. Why would Night Elf Rogue be bad, Max Starlord? I mean, I guess it could be bad if you don't like Night Elves, or you don't like the rogues, then it could be really bad. Other than that, it's probably fine. Well, I mean, thinking about the starting areas, the Night Elf starting area is kind of tough. And what makes it even more tough is it's really hard to get to a different starting area. You have to travel quite a ways to get to one of the other race's starting zones. And so the Night Elf start is just kind of a hard start in Classic. If you're just trying to level just until Drassel, and you're not zone hopping anywhere else, it's going to be really tough. Also, Night Elf, a rogue prior to level 10 doesn't have dual wields, so basically the entire time you're running around with one weapon, you're kind of gimped. Until you hit level 10 and you can equip a weapon in each hand. Yeah, exactly. The Night Elf starting zone is tough. The questing there is tough. It doesn't have easy access to Dunmorrow or Elwyn Forest, so you can't zone hop to pick up some lower level quest. I would say if you're having trouble in the Night Elf area, if you haven't gotten past like level 12 or 15, consider a human or a dwarf. Just because the leveling is a bit easier in their zones, and you can easily hop between the dwarf starting areas and the human starting areas. It's a tram ride away. Whereas with the Night Elves, it's really far. You have to run through a higher level area to get to Ironforge after taking a boat, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. Alternately, the other thing you can do if you don't want to do any of that, you want to play the Night Elf, find some green enemies and grind up a level. Just find some enemies that are one or like 2 levels below you, and just grind an entire level. Just fight them until you level up. And then once you level up, go revisit some of the stuff you were having a hard time with. Remember, it's an RPG, so you can out-level the content. If you're having trouble fighting the current enemies, find some different enemies that are lower level, spend a level fighting them, and then come back to what was challenging you. If you don't want to deal with the zone hopping and you don't want to deal with rolling up a different race, then doing some grinding would be good. You're level 38. Oh, you're deep in. You're deep in. What you're experiencing then is that Classic is a little bit more challenging to play than a game like Retail. That's all you're experiencing. Yeah, you're deep. The same thing applies. If you're having trouble somewhere, go find some green enemies to fight and grind a level on those. And then come back to the stuff that's giving you problems once you've gained a level. Yeah, skipping fights can be a problem. If you're targeting just quest objectives, I find, and you're not kind of fighting as you go and fighting everything in your path, if you're just targeting quest objectives, you can get behind the leveling curve really easily. And then the difficulty just becomes finding quests to do at your level. But as you get into the level 40s, that's a challenge for everybody. Like, where are there quests that I can do at my level? But especially if you're not fighting everything in your way as you level up, then you can get behind. Did I replace the sword? Right now we're using the Phantom Blade. Level 44 blue. And we're using the Sword of Serenity. Those are the best swords I have right now. I think those are my best swords for a while. We still need the named guy. He's dead yet again. I don't see a lot of other players nearby. I see a lot of corpses. So maybe if we're lucky, we'll catch the next respawn. But I'm gonna try to keep fighting guys somewhere nearby. Or at least I would if there were any mobs nearby. We're gonna see if we can tag this guy. I don't know how likely it is with 2 horde players here. We have a shaman, and then up here we have another shaman. Okay. Dual shaman. I don't think the totem is gonna do it. The totem is gonna take a second to wind up. So I think I still have a fair shot. If he spawns within my auto attack range, then we have a fair shot at tagging him. I'm just not sure exactly where he's gonna spawn in. There's two of us here. Okay, I thought this might have been a dungeon invite, but there are 2 of us here. This guy can clearly see us when he's standing right on top of us. We'll see who gets him first. This will be fun. 2 shaman and 2 rogues. Who's gonna get the tag in? If I can get this guy to follow me like outside of the cave, it gives my buddy a better chance of getting the tag. If he just wants to keep following me around. If I can kind of just drag him further and further away, that'd work. He's got to be coming back any second now. The body's been gone for a while. There were a couple more Alliance players, but they took off. I think they saw the 2 Horde Shaman, they saw 1 Rogue, and it looks like they're over here somewhere. It would be nice to get some more Alliance players in here. That's a Troll Hunter out there, that's not good for us. This guy sure is taking a sweet time. Oh, there we go, there we go. You know, just spamming my cheap shot. Spamming cheap shot got him. Very nice. I don't mind fighting these guys for a bit. I'd like to do one more ZF run, and then after that I'd like to go over to the Searing Gorge. But I would like to do one more ZF run first, I think. I'd like to hit level 48. If I hit level 48, then I would be down to go to the Searing Gorge. Alright, we have a hunter, we have a paladin, we have a mage, we have a druid, and we have us. That is a very colorful group. A lot of diversity there. Where is everybody at? Mist Edge. The mage is here somewhere, the human, or the pally's here. And the hunter is at Lost Rigger Cove. So I think they're close, but not everyone's here yet. I don't want to get too far into this because it's gross, but for any of you who ever thought maybe we should have playable ogres and you wonder why don't we have playable ogres, well, I think I can tell you why. This here is a pile of virtual poo, okay? There's lots of piles of virtual poo all over this place. What there's not are any animals that could have left the poo. The only way this poo got here is if these ogres are simply pooing wherever they please. And that is why we don't have ogres as a playable race, because we cannot play as a race who cannot properly use the facilities. You know, a playable race does not simply poop wherever they happen to be standing. And that's all that I'll say. I think we've covered it. This is why we don't have ogres and why we don't need ogres. They don't even know how to dig a latrine ditch. They just right in the middle of the compound. Absolutely gross. I guess I can head that way. In the desert, anything's fair game. The next shift of the dunes will move it away. They're not pooping in the dunes, though. They're dropping their business right where they're doing their business. Isn't there a saying about that? Like, don't poo where you eat? I think, like, in this case, it's figurative and literal. We saw one of the weapons drop. We saw the tanking one drop. I think they're both better for warriors. I don't think we really want either one. The one that dropped the other day was not very impressive, except maybe as a tanking weapon. The only cool thing about those one-handers is that you can combine them into an epic two-hander. I was able to do that in Season of Mastery, and then I'm pretty sure I quested with that weapon until level 60. Because that's how cool it was. Boop. Yeah, it would be faster. It's faster than what we have. I just don't know if it's necessarily better. But maybe. What are we waiting on here? I thought I saw everybody at the portal, but apparently not. Magrum Village. Oh, I don't know where Magrum Village is, but Magrum Village sounds really far away. Magrum Village sounds like somewhere in the Desolace. That's what Magrum Village sounds like. I'm gonna go kill some stuff while we wait for Magrum Village guy to get here. We'll just solo some of these elites. With any hope, that means he's just flying through it. Like, maybe he's not actually there. Maybe he was just flying over it on his way to us. He's in Mulgore right now. That's not necessarily making me feel a lot better, because Mulgore is kind of the wrong direction for him to be going. So I don't really know what to think. I guess I'm thinking I should have paid more attention, because I could have ground on the ogres a lot more efficiently if I knew the guy was going to Thunderbluff first. It seems like maybe he's missing a connecting flight if he's going all the way up through Thunderbluff. He's probably going to have to come back and come around the coast from Ratchet down, come all the way down the coast. As opposed to taking like a straight shot, maybe through like Feralus. It's okay. 6 more days and we'll have summoning stones. How nice will that be? We could simply summon him here. You know, there's 2 of us here. We can just put out summons. That's gonna be good at least. Can they be used on people in flight? I'm pretty sure they can, yeah. I'm like 98% sure you can take a summon while you're in flight, yeah. Well, he's in Theramore, so he's getting closer. Probably like 5 more minutes he'll be here. Ungoro Crater has a poop quest? I'm sure that it does. You know what has poop quests? Hellfire Peninsula and Nagrand. I'm probably forgetting some. There's at least 2 poop quests in Outland. Grizzly Hills has an outhouse quest. There's an outhouse quest in the Searing Gorge too, I think. There's a dude in an outhouse. If we're counting outhouse quest as poop quest, then there's like a handful more. Early 2000s Blizz. Early 2000s Blizz loved their poop quests, yeah. I don't think that can be said anymore, but at one time it was true. Oh yeah, he wants you to find him silk for reasons. Yeah, he wants that nice toilet paper. He doesn't want any of the single ply stuff. He wants like triple ply silk. Oh my god, he's getting close. He's gonna land in Gadgekstan soon. Very soon. Meanwhile, we've killed most of the nearby elites. You're welcome, everybody. Every time I start to get impatient waiting, I just remind myself, this is making me a better person and a better player. And then I feel okay. Stick and box, I believe it. You seem like that kind of person. I've been told that's a better world than the automated group finder, so who am I to question your methods? Because while you're kicking people that aren't close to the game, to the dungeon, at least we don't have an automated LFG in the game. Whew, because that would really make things bad. Yeah. Not the flex you think it is. It's like the I'm an asshole flex. Like if you're just trying to come off like a huge dick, it's probably like the best flex you can do. You're like, I check the zone, they're not in the zone, they're kicked. If I look at the zone map and they're far away from the dungeon, they're kicked. Well, that's nice. You are part of a problem that could be solved with the automated LFG. If we had the automated LNG, Stick and Box wouldn't be kicking you guys for being too far away. But then again, if that happened, we'd be missing out on the social aspect of the game, so we wouldn't want that. Okay, we got a dead guy. Pretty sure, was that our tank? Who is tanking anyway? I actually don't know who's tanking. Right now the hunter pet is tanking. So there's that. Well, that's always good. Let's get a little refresh here. It looks like the healer had a little bit of lag. That's what they said, at least. Who knows if it's true? There's no way to verify. I didn't notice if he was or not. I'm really curious, like, what is the tank's game plan? I feel like this, I don't know what his game plan is. This is okay, like, okay, we haven't pulled the other side yet. I'm just gonna hang, okay, he wants to pull that group too, okay, that's fine. Okay, we're circling back this way, I don't really know where that group is going. Let's kick this guy, maybe he'll run to the tank. Okay, we got multiple ads incoming. Okay, this plan that he had seems to be working out wonderfully so far. Let's see. Oh, he left the group. What a shocker. What a shocker. Let's kill this one. If we can. Oh, they're all coming for me. We are gonna vanish. Oh, wow. I'm so happy that we're having the social experience of this group that came together manually. Definitely the time that it took us to come together and the time that it took us to travel here. I feel like that really cemented us together as a group in some kind of like unbreakable bond type of way. Or at least I did feel that way right up until the tank went bonkers, pulled a bunch of stuff, wiped the group, and left. But yeah, but automated LFG is the problem with people. And people don't come with any of their inherent problems. It's all because of the automated LFG that ruined players. Oh, I love it. It feels good. All right, let's get out of here, and maybe we go back to what we were doing until we replace our tank. Alright, we're going with a warrior this time. That could be better. At least we replaced him rather quickly. I'm sure it's nice to— You're all dead. Yes. It's not even that he couldn't hold aggro. It's that he pulled way too much. He pulled everything, and then it didn't really look like he ever made an attempt to pull aggro. Like, I didn't see him drop a consecrate. I saw him run into a bunch of mobs, but I don't think I ever saw a concerted effort for him to actually hold any of them before they were all like off attacking everybody else. There's a leather helmet that drops in here, and I think it has like agility and strength on it. And usually I see it often. I've actually taken it on a warrior before because it was better than the DPS helmet I had on. But we haven't seen it this time yet, so I'm hoping eventually we see that. That would be a nice upgrade. Not that my helmet is bad. My helmet is actually really good. But I think it has— I think the helmet that drops in here has attack power on it. I think that's what it is. I think it has like straight attack power. Alright, this guy, he's somewhere in Tannerus. He's close. The Embrace of the Lycan. Yeah, that's the one. It looks like a wolf mask too. Nine strength, 9 edge, 14 stam, and 32 attack power. Yeah, that would be better than what we have. That would be really good. And yeah, we haven't seen it yet. Can I explain what servers to play on now to prepare for TBC? Is it Classic Era, Anniversary, SOD? You're a little confused. You want Anniversary realms. Yep, either a PvE or PvP Anniversary realm is what you want if you want to play TBC. And you're not wrong, it's very confusing. Do I think he did that on purpose? The previous tank, do I think he wiped us on purpose? No, not initially. I don't think so. I don't think initially his plan was to like wipe us and leave. I think he ended up doing something very dumb, maybe because of inexperience. And then I think he felt incredibly embarrassed at his own stupidity, and then I think he left. But you know, who cares, right? Whether he did it on purpose or not doesn't matter. The outcome was still the same. We found a much more competent tank that ultimately is going to output a lot more DPS, and it's going to get us through the run faster, so it all works out. Do I have armor kits right now? I think some of my stuff has armor kits, but some of it doesn't. Or not. No, I've replaced all that stuff. We had armor kits on once. Then we upgraded, and I didn't buy any more after that. Hasn't really been an issue so far. Do we know if anybody in the group has the mallet? No, not that I've seen. If it has been discussed in party chat, I missed it. We'll have to live in suspense until we kill the last boss, and then someone will say, mallet, question mark? And then there will be a long, awkward silence. And then someone will say, I guess not, LOL. Something like that. There you go. See, there's the deflector. Now, this does have a fast swing speed, okay? But I don't feel like it's necessarily an upgrade. The DPS is 29.1. We have a 30. We have stamina spirit on ours. This has chance to parry. Like, I don't really know how much I care about chance to parry. I would much rather let the warrior have it. No, I'd rather let the warrior have it. No, I'm good. My weapon's pretty good. I'm gonna let the warrior have it. Cause I don't really care. You know, I have a really good offhand that was gifted to me, and it's already enchanted. It's already pretty good for me. I'll be replacing that, you know, eventually. And so for right now, I'm just gonna let the warrior have it. Yeah, it's okay. It just doesn't have a ton of value to me. It probably has more value to the warrior, especially he's using a two-handed weapon, which tells me he wants both of those swords so he can make them into the epic. I'd rather pass on it and have a warrior have a chance at making the epic two-hander. Because I don't care that much. I'm not going to care about gear on this character until we're doing Outland Dungeons. Once we're doing Outland Dungeons, then I'll need on stuff if I need it, and we can crunch all the numbers and all that stuff, but right now I don't really care a lot. How can you return to the city quickly? You really can't. Unless you set your Hearthstone there. You can return quickly to any place you've bound your Hearthstone by talking to an innkeeper. Other than that, you can get a flight point and see how long the flight is. Depending on where you want to go. It's going to be possibly several minutes of flying, or depending on where you want to go, it could be several minutes of running, but there isn't like a fast way just to get to the cities.
Sands consume you.
Oh my god, we're popping zombies. It finally happened. Look, 7 runs later, we're finally popping zombies for the first time. The tank said, do we have to pop zombies? I said, no, it's just a billion XP. And next thing I know, we're popping zombies. Can warriors sunder armor with a two-hand weapon? Yeah, absolutely. They can do anything with a two-handed weapon. Sometimes what stance you're in matters. But anything you can do with 2 one-handers, you can do with a two-hander. Sundering you can do from any stance, I believe. Oh, they're just going into defensive stance. Yeah. They're probably see how they're stance dancing? Like they're just stance dancing, and they're probably sundering, and you know why they're holding a lot of threat, because they're dealing a crap ton of damage. That's the biggest reason how they're holding threat. It's just like absolutely how much damage they're dealing, but if you look down here, they're also putting sunder armor up. They also have deep wounds, so whenever they crit, they put a deep wound on the target, and that does a lot of bleed damage. Yeah, it's absolutely better on a warrior to tank either with 2 one-handers or with a big two-hander than it is to try to sword and board. That might change at max level in vanilla, but while you're leveling up in vanilla, you can tank with anything. You can tank with a two-hander. Now he's on sword and board, so he's also switching his weapon loadout. He had a two-hander on for a lot of the run, and that works fine. I've done tanking on a Fury Warrior, and the Fury tanking is a lot of fun. So he's back to the two-handed weapon. Like, not only is this warrior stance dancing, they're also switching their weapon loadout, like, on the fly. Which is pretty impressive. Do you have to have another account to play on the EU rooms? Yes. Yeah, my EU account and my US account they're 2 different accounts, because when you make your account in Battle.net, you pick a region. And depending on the region you pick, that's the servers that the account connects to. So yes, I have 1 account for my US and 1 account for my EU. Mm-hmm. Adam, thanks so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. Tank hasn't had the Thunderclap once. Prior to TBC, Thunderclap does not do a lot for threat gen. Thunderclap is kind of a waste of rage in Classic Era if you're trying to tank. You're better off to Demoralizing Shout. Demoralizing Shout's going to be more aggro. Once TBC happens, Thunderclap gets buffed, and you can also do it in defensive stance. In Classic Era, you can only Thunderclap in battle stance. Yeah, Whirlwind is Berserker stance only. Well, that's a fun mass sphere. He dropped a leather chest with strength, stamina, and spirit. So a druid tanking chest.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
What's on your mind?
Is it a lot of work on the healer? What, the tank using anything besides a shield? No, not really. I mean, not so long as he's keeping aggro for the most part. What's going to be a lot of work for the healer is if the tank's not doing enough damage and he can't hold threat, because then damage is going to be going around the group. As long as the tank is the one holding the aggro, then it's not a problem for modern healers. Like, people who play the game these days, like, they can deal with it. It's not a problem. The only problem for healers happens when DPS are pulling threat and too many DPS are getting damaged and the tank's getting damaged at the same time. As long as the tank can hold most of the threat, it really doesn't matter how he does it. Dasus Mama, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream. Yeah, Classic is played a little bit different than how it used to be played. You know, back in 2005, 2006, you didn't see a lot of tanks that were tanking with a two-hander or tanking with two one-handers. As players have gotten better and more knowledge is out there, people play the game very differently, in some cases. We don't rely on CC really anymore, because like overall people are just better.
The Sand Fury reigns supreme. Feel the fury of the sand.
He dropped a Codex for Prayer of Fortitude. There's no priest in the group, so I guess we all roll on it. And the Big Bad Pauldrons, which we've seen multiple times. And the tank does have the mallet. Apparently my mount can't jump today. I mean, the way I feel about CC is if CC is necessary, then use it. And if CC is not absolutely necessary, then don't bother with it. And these days, it's not really necessary. We'll see how TBC heroics are. I remember, like, originally CC was pretty important when we were first getting into heroics, before everybody had a bunch of gear. And then once everybody had gear, then we worried less about CC. But I remember, like, specifically, there were some pulls that were pretty big where CC was useful. Does anyone use CC in retail? I have no idea. Not in the Mythic Pluses that I've run. If we're not using a lot of CC in Classic, I really doubt anybody's using CC in retail, you know? I've never seen it done. And he drops some mail armor with 10 stamina and 23 spirit. I guess that would be for a shaman, maybe a hunter if you just had no gear at all. It's not really a great piece. And now the question is, yeah, it looks like we're going to keep clearing. I would definitely be down to clear our way out and just rake in all of that kill XP. We'll see. The warrior needs 3 troll tempers, so we'll see if he wants to clear after he has his quest items. There we go. There is level 48. We are going to put our point into murder. And then we'll circle back and we'll grab the rest of improved slice and dice. Alright, it looks like we are out. We are basically back out. That was a good run. We killed the zombies in the room, we circled around, and we killed the mobs out here. Let's wait for everybody to see if they want to clear these patrollers. Or if we're just going to run past them. Oh, they're back here fighting scarabs. An amazing tank, yeah. I mean, look at the DPS. Most of it is melee. A lot of it is whirlwind, sweeping strikes. Just a ton of stance dancing. They were swapping out their weapon loadout based on whether or not they were going to be taking a lot of damage. So they were going between, you know, between a one-hander and shield and a two-hander. They need a couple of scarabs. We're going to help them get their scarabs. Oh yeah, you can definitely swap weapons in the middle of the fight. Weapon slots are the only equipment slots that you can swap while in combat. Yep, you can throw on a shield and a one-hander, you can swap out for your two-hander, you can do whatever you want with weapons. You just can't swap out other gear slots. Alright, that's it. Let's get out of here. Yeah, I think a lot of people jumped the gun on the paladin tank. I think a lot of people jumped the gun on the paladin tank knowing that it was going to get good, but then their experience with it in classic era was not good, and I wonder how many people who jumped the gun on it will play it in TBC. Because it does get a lot better in TBC, but if you started playing it in vanilla and you leveled it into the 40s, you're probably thinking that you're a pretty weak tank right about now. Alright, so with that done, I think we're going to make our way over to the Eastern Kingdoms. First step is going to be a flight to Theramore. Then we'll go to Ironforge. Actually, from Menethil, I think I might just fly to Red Ridge. We'll see.
I got what you need. Have a good one. What's up? Keep it real.
Hey! You have a great day now.
Well, before we leave here, do we just want to do these two quests? We could just do these. You know what? Let's just hold off on it. We'll come back and do that stuff before we go into Unguro Crater.
Hello.
Because those guys are a little bit of a higher level.
See you soon.
First aid trainer in Theramore. Yeah, I'll try to remember. My wife brought me some chicken nuggets. I'm gonna turn my camera off for a bit. I'm gonna eat these. Because I am getting hungry.
How are you? Have a good one. Hey there. Safe travels.
Karen, have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next time. What kind of sauce was on the nuggets? None of your business. Wouldn't you like to know? Alright, before we make the run into the Searing Gorge, I need to get a little bit more coffee. I do have time to play for a couple more hours today than I would normally have, so I'd like to do that. But in order to do that, I must caffeinate. I will be back. I don't really care what you guys talk about in chat, as long as it's not against my rules. It doesn't mean I'm going to be interested in everything you talk about in chat. Like, if you guys want to go on about off-subject things, like what sauces you like, that's absolutely fine. I don't stop anybody from doing that. I've never shut down any of those topics. I just don't really care, and so I don't have anything to say. But don't mistake me not having anything to say for me trying to shut down a topic of conversation. If I want to shut down a topic of conversation, you'll know it. Because I will just say that we're done talking about it. And then I will boot anybody who continues to talk about it. But I don't care what you guys talk about. I just don't always have anything to say about whatever it is. That's all. Don't read into it too much. But no, if there's something someone's going on and on about that I don't want to hear about anymore, you'll know. It happened earlier today. People were going on and on about a topic that I had talked about for a bit. I was done talking about it, so I said so. If you guys want to talk about inane stuff, I don't care, as long as it doesn't break any of my rules. Are they bringing TBC to Classic Era question mark? You thought it was only Anniversary. The Anniversary realms right now are in Classic Era. That's the era that the Anniversary realms are currently in. And then on January 13, we're going into the TBC pre-patch. And then on February 5, the Dark Portal opens. So it will only be the Classic Anniversary servers that move into TBC. All of the servers that are listed as Classic Era servers, the non-Anniversary ones, those are going nowhere. Those are going to stay... Ooh, I don't want to go to Kargath. Those are going to stay Classic Era. But all of the Anniversary realms, besides the hardcore ones, are going to roll into TBC. Do I ever raid? Yes. I raid, I do 5-mans, I do all kinds of stuff. I raid when I feel like I'm gonna be interested in raiding, and then if I'm not, I don't. But I will be raiding in TBC. Let's see, I have a quest pickup over here. I think this is the outhouse one that we were talking about earlier today. Maybe I can just stealth my way up there. Oh, you know what? Do I have silk for this guy? I do have silk. Okay. We need silk. I don't know if we need anything else. 15 pieces of silk. I have that already. Oh, we need to kill Geologist and we have to bring him silk. He doesn't want the silk on its own. We also have to kill some Geologists. Okay. We'll kill some poor scientists. It's fine. This guy.
What can I do?
I guess we're escorting this guy. Ooh, you know what? Ooh, where's this guy gonna go? I don't really know where he goes. I wonder if this is a solo escort or if this is like the type of escort that's gonna get us in trouble. Oh, he already pulled an extra guy. It's already getting us in trouble. Here we go. Oh yeah, this guy goes all the way to the northern gate, doesn't he? I kind of remember this. Well, let's see if we can get him there safely. I don't know if we can or not on our own, but maybe we can. Spoiler, and then he dies. Oh. Well, that's sad. Is the character strong enough for this quest? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I have no idea. Actually, he's not going where I thought he was going. I thought he was gonna head up the road. But well, he no. No, I don't know where he's going. feel like we're gonna be fine. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. What I'll do is I'll try to sit on my cooldowns in case we need them.
Well met.
Amy, I appreciate that because I forgot that the car needed gas. I mean, obviously I would have remembered as soon as I got into it, but I probably would not have given myself a lot of additional time, so thank you for that. Spider sausage. Ooh, yummy. Who doesn't love a good spider sausage? Stuffed tarantula. I love how this guy, he could have just taken the road, but he wanted to show us the dig site. He said, if anything ever happens to me, my team would be stuck in that mine forever. Well, I feel like they're going to be stuck in that mine forever. Oh, this is good. I mean, there's a lot of them, but they're not very strong. He's got a little pep in his step now. He's doing like a light jog. A medium sort of run that we don't have. It'd be nice to have a medium run. 3 different run speeds: walk, medium run, and then full sprint. That way we can run at the same pace as some of the escort guys. I feel like he's probably going to get jumped at least one more time. Click on the book near his body after he gets sniped. Spoilers. Oh, there's the kill shot. He says, "Arg, he got me." Yeah, he got you. Said the gate's in sight. We're gonna make it, but first I need to take a breather. You don't take a breather when the gate's in sight, buddy. You just beeline it for the gate. Alright, there we go. If you are reading this letter, I am no more. How it got to you, I do not know, but thank and reward the ones responsible. About the stones, they exist and the Dark Irons have them in their possession. Their leader, Leatrix the Black, is using the power of the stones to enslave my excavation team. They were taken to the cauldron. Their minds are twisted, working night and day to complete something called obsidian. Help them, brother. It is the final wish of a dead man. Oh, so this explains why all of the dwarves are like working in the cauldron area. Okay, I thought they were all just a bag of dicks, like, but apparently they're being mind controlled. Who knew? We don't have this key. I wonder if by questing here we eventually get this key. For now, I think we should head over before we do anything else. Let's go over and grab all the quests and let's grab the flight point and all that stuff. And then we'll head back out. We also still have the quest to kill the 8 geologists, so maybe we should pick off the geologists wherever we see them. I don't know how many there are going to be, or if they're going to be hard to find. We have the Black Dragon guy here.
Greetings. See you around.
Divine Retribution. Okay, that's rude. Very rude. Not sure when we aggro these guys.
I supply only the finest goods. See you later. Can I help you? Have a good one. Be careful. Have a good one.
Collect 4 hearts of flame and 4 globes of golem oil.
For the Alliance.
Watch your back. Be good. Off with you. You got my attention. Watch your back. Interest you on a pint? Off with you.
What's happening? See you soon.
Alright, that's actually quite a lot of quests. So that's good. Some of them are down in the cauldron, so we might need a group to do the cauldron stuff. Either that, or maybe if we were like a much higher level. I can't recall if there are elites. Or if it's just a really, really dense area full of mobs. It's been a while since I've done any questing here in Classic Era. But from what I can tell, we're basically looking for everything. We need lava spiders, we need war golems, we need incendisaurs, we need dark iron guys. We need basically everything. $48 is low for this area? No, it's not. I'm literally looking at all the quests, and I'm looking at all the mobs. 48's not low for this area. Especially when you're a little bit overpowered, which we are a little bit overpowered. I appreciate the input, though. What's the name of the add-on that put the class color on the plates? That's not an add-on. That's the default UI. Go into your interface options and scroll down to raid frames. And then you can enable the raid frames, you can enable power bars, you can turn on class colors, you can do all that stuff with the base UI. None of my UI stuff besides dialogue UI is an add-on. Everything's base UI. These elementals might suck, because they are going to be immune to all of our poisons. That looks like a raid to me. That is definitely a raid. At least there are mobs around to kill. Yeah, so far, so far.
No. Be good.
One day soon I'll be a member of such a group. I don't think I'm gonna do any vanilla raids. I don't like vanilla raids. We might do some dungeons in there. We might do some of the 5-mans to get to level cap, but I don't plan on doing any of the vanilla raids. That group we saw was definitely a 40-man raid group. They were probably doing Molten Core if I had to guess. Oh, there we go. We found the lookout spyglass. And now we need the smithing Turai, however you pronounce that. Looks like that drops off at different mobs. Off of one of the smiths. Makes sense, considering the nature of the item. We'll find them. We're gonna go in circles killing basically everything until we've completed all the quests. It looks like we're set up just to run circles around the zone basically. For most of it. And then eventually we'll have to go down into the cauldron. We can pickpocket mobs while they're fighting other players. I know. I just never bothered to do it. I don't even pickpocket the mobs that I fight. There is a quest for the spiders. Apparently whatever the quest is, we don't have it yet. So we won't be fighting the glass spiders. Let's see. Let's head this way. Actually, maybe we should head up here. See if there are any more geologists spawned in. Not really sure where we're going to find the bulk of the geologists. They seem to just be a random spawn in a couple of different places. Adam, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks for that, and thanks for hanging out with us today. Leo, that sounds awesome, man. As it should be. Alright, so we're done with the elemental hearts, and we're done with the golem oil. Still need lots of geologists. Still have to find some smiths, so that we might not find them until we go down into the cauldron area. And we need 11 more greater lava spiders. A bunch more heavy war golems. Alright, so maybe we want to be more in the inner part here. We don't need lookouts, but we need taskmasters and geologists.
Something. See you around. See you later.
8 thorium-plated daggers.
See you around.
The add-on that's displaying quest objectives is Questie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you pick up all the quests, then basically all you do is run around the zone in circles and kill everything in sight. Which is nice. It's actually laid out quite well. Unfortunately, since everyone's running in circles, killing everything in sight, depending on where you're at, there may or may not be mobs to kill. But typically it's been okay so far. So apparently I have the key to the outhouse now. Should I bother letting this guy out before I turn in the quest for the 8 geologist? I feel like I should do the geologist first. If I can find a few more. Which seems like it might be pretty challenging. Yeah, it's farmed out, and I don't think there are very many to begin with. It seems like there's typically only a handful. And for whatever reason, we need to kill 8 of them. I think I'm just gonna go turn this quest in and see what happens. I don't know if it's gonna be an escort quest or what. I mean, I turned it in and got a bunch of XP, but I apparently I don't need to escort him. He just comes out, he waves to us, and he runs off. I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. And now we really need to get some respawns in the area. I kind of want to hang out here to see if we can finish this one. Loot the book he passes to you under the outhouse door. I didn't see anything like that. We can go back up top and look. If he dropped an item when I did the one quest turn in, it's probably despawned by now. I don't know. But I can go look. Unless it's a follow-up to the quest we're currently working on. Like, maybe we get that quest after we kill all the geologists. So I didn't notice any items on the ground. Yeah, I can go check, but if it was something that spawned a couple minutes ago, it's gone by now. I don't know how we would ever get the quest after that. Seems like a bad way to deal with handing out a quest. No, there's nothing here. Just the turn-in. I don't know. I remember there being a quest for the glass spiders, but I don't have any recollection of where it came from. This will be the last geologist, and then we'll see. Take the copy of Good Steel's ledger. Oh, okay. So this is where he puts the item on the ground. Okay, so it is a direct follow-up basically to the Geomancer quest. Okay, so we got that item. Here we go. 20. So we got the ledger. We need 20 crystal legs. We need an overdue package. We need a balanced flamber. I don't know where we're gonna get any of that stuff. But we can work on the spider legs. Well, I know where the crystal leg shafts drop. What I don't know is where the overdue package is and where the balanced flamberge is at. But I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. Once we start wrapping up some of the other quest objectives and the map is cleaned up a little bit, I'm sure it'll be really obvious. The overdue package is contained in a damaged crate in Dustwallow Marsh. Then we're never doing this quest. Then I shouldn't even bother with the spider legs. Because I'm definitely not going all the way out to Dustwallow Marsh just to get an item for a quest that happens in the Searing Gorge. I will go ahead and skip that. That's a big old skipperooski for me. I don't plan to do any other playing in either of those zones on this character. Yeah, this character won't be going to either of those zones, so not really a good reason to worry about this quest. Let's go after the thorium plated daggers. Yeah, I know the exact Murloc you're talking about. I just don't think it's worth it to be running all across the world to do one quest. Unless the quest has a specific reward that you really want or you really need, I don't think it's time well spent. I would be better off just continuing to grind in this area and then not doing any of that travel. Every moment that I'm traveling to distant places, like on boats or flight points, is time that I'm not killing stuff. And so it's going to be much more efficient just to stay put, grind some more, and I'll get the XP that way. Just doesn't really strike me as worth it. Maybe for some people it is. You know, especially without achievements. Like, it's not like I'm going for 100% completion. I'm just trying to level the character up. So visiting 3 different zones across 2 different continents for one quest doesn't really strike me as being worth my time. I mean, Cata cleaned up the questing, but it also ruined the ambience of the zones. The questing was smoother, but the zones are boring and they don't feel alive anymore. So I guess there's trade-offs for everything. There was definitely ways that questing could have been streamlined a little bit without remaking the zones the way they did, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Woes, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us today. Yeah, we were gifted the agility stat stick. Much better than the white crossbow we had previously. Yeah, obviously the area with the smiths that we need is completely farmed out, so I don't know, we'll probably get that eventually. I'm not gonna obsess over it. Maybe we'll get it eventually, maybe we won't. If we happen to come across one, great. If not, then oh well. Yeah, we are getting pretty decent XP. As long as we keep fighting stuff, the XP is coming in pretty smoothly. I think this zone is as busy as any other zone we've been to. I just feel like the respawn rate here is moving a little bit faster than the respawn rate in some of the other zones. There's tons of people here. 50 plus. I mean, we've had 50 plus people in every single zone we've been in since we picked this character back up. There we go. That's 20 out of 20 for the lava spiders. We need 6 more war golems. We need 1 more dagger. We need a bunch of taskmasters and slavers. We're making progress. People are camping the steam smiths. Yeah, there's a bunch of people just kind of standing right in that area, which is apparently the only area up here where they spawn. I'm kind of hoping that there might be more down below once we go into the cauldron part, but I don't know for sure. Dodo, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us. And then the Incendisaur quest, that one is also below ground, I think. Definitely no Incendisaurs up here. It's gotta be down in the cave area. So my plan is to do everything up top that we can first, and then once all that stuff is done, we'll go down into the pit. And we'll do as much as we can down there solo. Apparently the quest giver is not around. So we'll have to wait until he respawns. He must have flown off. I'd love to get the rest of the taskmasters and slavers, but they are almost as hard to come by as the smiths. I wonder what the drop rate is on this item. It's probably too much to hope that it's 100%. It's a low drop rate. Oh, then we're not going to do the quest. If it's a low drop rate and there aren't any spawns, then we just won't do it. I'm going to kill this one guy. But I'm definitely not going to, like, hang out here and wait if it's going to be a low spawn rate and a low drop rate. I mean, we caught 2 respawns back to back. That was pretty lucky. Now, neither of them dropped the item, so that is a bummer. But it looks like right now there's nobody else in the area. So if we were going to get the item up top here, this would have been our chance. Like, I don't know what else we can ask for. We were able to kill 3 of these guys completely unobstructed by other players. So if that's not good enough, then we might be SOL. Yep. Yeah, I think we're SOL. How are they dodging everything? They have a blinding powder they put on us, and so you'll see it pop up right here, but while it's on us, we can't hit them at all. There are slavers and taskmasters below ground. That's good to know. We still need 6 more slavers. What I really need are steam engineers below ground, because the ones up here are just not cutting it. Alright, I think I'm gonna go back and turn in what we have. Get our log cleared out a bit. See where we stand. What do we got over here? We got a slaver here. Hey, there we go. That was the last one that I was going to kill. So I'm happy that we got the item. Now we can go back. And now we can go turn everything in. We got lucky and the area stayed clear for a while. It didn't look like the area was ever going to be clear when we were by there earlier.
Off with you. Very good. How are you? Watch your back. Off with you.
Alright, we have a lot more to do here, but unfortunately I am out of time for today. So I'm going to fly us back to Ironforge. I'll have stuff there that I have to do before stream tomorrow. We can get a little bit of rest at XP. And yeah, thank you guys very much for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it and all the support. Would love to see you all back here again tomorrow. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.